Assalamu alaikum, our distinguished guests, yes, honorable higher educational reform experts. I can see some students, representatives here, yes. And all in all, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really glad to see you all here in today's technical assistance mission event, which is dedicated to the problem of inclusive internationalization, yes. And for me also, it's a great honor to moderate this event because this topic, it's a transformative agenda, yes? And we can speak about internationalization, about inclusive education so many times, we have so many legal documents, presidential decrees, which were being adopted, yes, in terms of that topic. But if we combine internationalization and inclusive, it can contain the other specific meaning. And in a national context, we can decode it by different perception as well. And here we can see also different representatives. There are some policy stakeholders. There are some head of international offices, professors, specialists, students, deans, vice deans, and in online and in offline format as well. And it shows also diverse audience, yes, because this topic, it means belonging, yes, to the community. It represents social dimension, yes, and equity in all sectors of education. That's why today's topic, once again, it's really a crucial aspect. And I would like to express my deep gratitude, firstly, to National Erasmus Office, yes, and to Sphere, European Higher Education Reform Expert Initiative, whose support made this possible, this time possible. And we're especially pleased to welcome our distinguished experts, yes. It is Mr. Ninoslav, sorry if I mispronounce something, Schmidt, yes, and yes, thank you so much. Ninoslav Schmidt, he's a leading European expert on social dimension and inclusive higher education. As founder and executive director of the Institute for the Development of Education, he has shaped national and European equity policies, yes, for over 2 decades. He also co-chaired the Bologna Follow-up Group, working group on social dimension, where he led the creation of the first European higher education area, social dimension framework for 47 countries. And he currently serves on the Council of Europe's Steering Committee for Education subgroup on higher education policy, and previously sat on country's National Committee for Social Dimension reforms. And second, our expert, Mrs. Anna Matijevic, am I right? Yes. Matijevic, sorry. And also, yes, thank you so much that you are here with us. She's also experienced higher educational policy specialist with a strong background in academic leadership. She worked as a professor, vice dean, and acting dean at the University of Applied Science at Croatia. Since 2020, she has been a member of network of experts of the social dimension of education and training, and has contributed to multiple European Union projects on equity, inclusion, and inclusive internationalization. She also participates in lifelong learning for all networks, promoting accessible and inclusive education. So you can see such a great experts we have, yes, and this term, it is a third term, which Al-Sharnavai Tashkent State University of Uzbek Language and Literature is organizing with the help of a National Erasmus Office, yes, and the previous one, it was about holistic vision of international rankings and quality assurance, and this also topic is really timely and I think really strategic. And now, I would like to give the floor to Aiza Karimovna, coordinator of Erasmus National Office in Uzbekistan. Aiza Karimovna, yes, thank you once again for your continuous support for doing this event available.
Assalamu alaikum, hurmatli bugungi seminar qatnashchilari. Good morning. Good morning, everybody in this room and those who are connected out online. It's a great pleasure. So on behalf of the National Erasmus Plus Office, I would like to welcome everybody to two-day event. The topic, actually, I should repeat that the topic has been communicated by the minister, Sharipov himself. It was during the last annual Higher Education Reform Expert Conference. He underlined the importance of the inclusiveness in higher education of Uzbekistan. And I think this target seminar, so-called Erasmus Plus Technical Assistant Missions, has been applied and has been finally organized with the support of our distinguished experts from Croatia, Anna and Nino. Welcome again. So with the support of the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovations, we should have here in the room and online connected the 178 higher education institutions throughout the country. The list was attached to the invitation of the ministry, attracting the attention to the highly relevant topic of this technical assistant mission. And I would like to welcome again those who are online. I think that you should provide some technical recommendation for them for how they can ask the questions. And some words about the National Team of Higher Education Reform Experts. And the abbreviation is HEARS. You should see in the Telegram channel on our website and should already know. So in addition to the well-known capacity building in higher education projects, international credit mobility projects, Jean Monnet, there is also a continuing support to the activities of the National Team of Higher Education Reform Experts. The activities of the team is quite diverse. You can find on our website the list of the current higher education reform experts. There are 7. Among them, Nozlia Normurodova is one of the leading experts, so the vice rector of this university, of the host university. And I would like to communicate my deep gratitude to the administration, in particular to the rector of this university for his continuing support for organizing Erasmus events, and Nozlia as well. This team, so the activities of the team is quite diverse. And we would like also to underline that those who've been higher education reform experts since 2007, they're still functioning. But as a member of Board of Trustees of Higher Education Reform Experts, so we have the people who have been in the first row of the all higher education reforms in Uzbekistan, especially to put the aligning with the Bologna process in the concept for higher education development of Uzbekistan. And I'm here, I should tell you about the forthcoming Erasmus events in the country. And you can have the good opportunity for the online and regularly updated NEO events calendar on our website. You can see any events in the past and any events forthcoming. You can register, you are welcome to join us. And the next one will take place next week. It's 11th of December. The National Information Day will take place at the Tashkent State Agrarian University. You can register, you can come. For the time being, this is my welcoming words again for everybody in this room, for online connected participants, wishing you a very fruitful, very useful and lively discussion during 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aziza Karimna. Exactly. Our higher education reform experts network, exactly right now, as Karimna mentioned, they are doing wide scale also implementation by organizing, firstly, let's say, technical assistant mission, by study visits, and exactly in meetings with policy stakeholders. They are implementing policy mechanism, yes, in all crucial aspects of higher educational paradigm, especially in our national context. And this here network, it is right now, well, 7 members, yes, but it is really good community, which similar vision on higher educational reforms, which is really specific, yes, in all national context phenomena. So right now, exactly, I will speak about internationalization, the basic notion, how exactly we can understand it in our Uzbek higher educational context, and how we can framework it, yes, what is a mapping mechanism do we have, and here I will try to give short information. So, okay, so here you can see exactly when we speak about internationalization or inclusive education, it is not only one document. Yes, it is not a, let's say, a checklist. It is also one element of quality assurance right now, because exactly internationalization strategy, it contains different decoding meaning in our context. Because while exactly we are speaking about internationalization as a specific term, which is evolving all sectors of education, it doesn't mean only mobility programs, or let's say it doesn't represent only elite layer of university or the staff, let's say. It is something more, yes? It shows, firstly, as exactly we have mentioned in the Tom's topic, it is a equity, it is a belonging, it exactly represents some rights of underrepresented groups or inclusive layer of society, let's say. In our case, it will be students, it can be staff, yes, it can be the other representatives as well. And today we will talk about some models of internationalization strategy, yes, and how exactly we should understand internationalization strategy itself in different contexts. What is a specific meaning? How we can penetrate it in policy, let's say, implementation process, and how exactly these objectives were undergoing in national policy reforms, or let's say. Um, I will shortly, before turning to some internationalization strategy, which comes in terms of inclusive education, I will give short information about our university, because there are different representatives from different exactly organizations, universities in offline and online format as well. University, it is one of the youngest university, which is being established in 2016, yes. And here you can see that university represents itself as a Central Asian hub. It is not only Uzbek language, there is ethnography, there is anthropology, there is other all Chagatai language, yes, calligraphy studies, which shows the exactly mission and mission of the university, yes, not only locally, but in an international level as well. And the university also is at the leading position of sustainable development goals, because yesterday, exactly when we talked with our experts about the term of international rankings, yes, about how exactly it is really difficult to be competitive right now in higher educational landscape. And we speak about particularly about social and humanitarian universities, because if university, it's not a classical, let's say, yes, if exactly university does not have really too much attractive, let's say, directions for labor market needs, which works with a economy, let's say, yes, or some the other interdisciplinary science. For that case, university roadmap should be shaped up really strategically, because we shouldn't be manipulated by international rankings mechanism. Yes, it is not the mission of university. That's why while we are strategically thinking what is the roadmap of our university, we think about sustainable development goals. We think exactly about the third mission of universities. And here university is really playing on a really high level, let's say. And we do not play with tricks of international rankings, and it really close to the topic of inclusive internationalization, which represents equity, access of underrepresented groups of, let's say, student staff. Yes, and here university has his own position. Here you can see that it is on top 10, 20 for gender equity and for inclusive education. It's like a top 23. And for some specific category like a modern language, yes, in rankings, yes, it is also being positioned in a good way for, let's say, really small university with 7,000 students with specific niche areas, which is a little bit developing, let's say. It is a good result. And we also know right now our strengths and exactly the failures and pitfalls as well. Okay, and so here you can see some also pages of how exactly we can implement gender equity, yes, how we can support underrepresented groups, yes, with some special mentor scholarships, yes, with some mechanism how it can exactly leverage, yes, social dimension issue, inclusive education aspects as well. So here you can also see some evidences how it is going on. And right now, yes, we will speak about three basic pillars of higher educational landscape. It is firstly we should make it inclusive, yes, we should make it globally connected, and we should make it ready. And these exactly three basic pillars, they are fulfilling each other, because while we are speaking about higher educational landscape in our national context, firstly, we should know about multidimensional approach, yes, because university right now, they have so many missions, yes, but at the same time we have a prejudice, we have a stereotype. What exactly makes best university? What exactly it should implement? Does exactly it should have successful students, or let's say their students should work at high privileged organizations, or it should be ranked on a high level, or they should be really let's say great experts. Yes, so many indicators, so many exactly items how it can be it can have the vision of best university. And okay, it's not working, yes. So here we can see also some special distinctive features of higher education. Right now, I have outlined it from our concept of development higher education issue, which was being adopted, yes, as a presidential decree. The first one, it's a rapid expansion. In coming exactly slides, you will see the rapid shift in firstly numbers, yes, and it is a pressure for our quality insurance. Yes, right now we have so many universities, public, private, yes, and foreign universities, but still it is really difficult. While we are speaking about quality insurance, we should take into consideration the other aspects. And if it affects quality, let's say, assurance issues, yes, at the same time, it will include internationalization strategy and the other aspect of in roadmap of university, or centralized reform agenda. Also, exactly all legal documents, yes, and all exactly policy implementation was being exactly implemented by Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And exactly this year, we have an agency for quality assurance, yes, and under presidential administration. It is also really good, I think, because ministries, they have a holistic vision. But if quality assurance, it's really multi-dimensional category. It has so many items, and if they will be specific organization which delve into accreditation process, let's say, does exactly we need international rankings some criteria or not? Does exactly we can adapt it? this specific information should be exactly elaborated by specific organization. And this is the main mission of that agency. Then transition to European standard guideline. Yes, we're speaking about Bologna event. We're speaking so much about European standards. Yes, but Uzbekistan is not member, yes, of Bologna community. We know that Kazakhstan, yes, Azerbaijan, they are member. But we have adopted many criteria from Bologna event. Yes, we have credit module system. We have now holistic vision of in our higher education sector. But at the same time, we have some gaps still, yes, and this also shows that we need further implementation of these items. Then inclusive internationalization. It is something really new in our national context. Yes, we know about inclusion. We know about inclusive universities. There is a specific also documents, yes, which were being signed by a Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, but we didn't speak many times about inclusive internationalization. It is something new in our context, and especially for universities. It is also, I think, a really great challenge. If a university is doing a great report and they have a great mechanism in implementing third mission of universities, yes, they know the basic, yes, level. But anyway, we do not familiar on a deep level with that specific term. Then language focus, yes, right now it is like a one mission of our university. Digital transformation nowadays, yes, also you can see it in digital strategy of exactly our ministry till 2030. We have a special strategy. And the last also really like a timely topic, it is labor market needs. Yes, how exactly we can adapt that two directions. Okay, and okay, so exactly, it is like a continuation of my speech. I have talked about what exactly makes the best university. Yes, it should be academic, or they should be like a teaching on a high level, or it really deals with the social impact. Yes, with the social dimension. So let's see these four axes. Yes. Really important, yes. And right now, exactly in Uzbek higher educational landscape, universities should contain all these elements, yes. And if all that four axes were being implemented at the roadmap of the university itself, we can say, let's say, it is a hypothesis still, but it can make one of the best university who has a great strategy, who has a vision, and who can exactly predict strategic development within 5 or 10 years, yes. And these key items you can see in all that axis. Okay, so it is about the numbers, yes, exactly. Last year, when I did a presentation at HIA conference about transformation of higher educational landscape in Uzbekistan, I exactly thoroughly gathered, yes, all that data from ministry, from agencies, from some authentic information. And this exactly, yeah, I have also taken that information, and I want exactly you see that information, because that 7 basic pillars of higher education, the first one, it was a rapid expansion of universities. So firstly, you can see what was the educational landscape, yes, in 2016. There are only 77 universities, yes. And we have private universities, I think more than 5 or 6, but we have only 3 foreign universities. But after exactly so many decrees, yes, legal documents were being signed, and there is a autonomy of universities were being allowed. There was a really enhancing of numbers, yes. Last exactly year, you can see it was like a 231, but this exactly year, it was being consolidated. Because why? The quality assurance, it's really strategic topic, and ministry itself and the agencies, they also have seen it is not only the numbers who did a great quality assurance, yes, and so means were being optimized. And it also shows that maybe the number of universities exactly the next year will be less than this year, yes, because many directions they are overlapping. Many universities, they don't have a proper mission, and this mission also is overlapping. That's why, firstly, we need some brand exactly of the university and the mission, and this exactly makes, I think, best university. Then also you can see about accreditation, how many higher educational institutions were being accredited. Yes, the numbers itself. It was being started 2021 programs, yes, only 6 higher educational establishments, and last year it's like a 42 programs. It's a little bit higher, yes. And this year I have taken only till 1st October the result. We have like 3 more months. Maybe it will be much higher. Here you can see 23 programs, yes, and it is 7 higher educational establishments. And many universities right now, they have chosen a Queen and FIBA, yes, as accreditation agency, because if exactly we have started with different, let's say, in 2023, accreditation agencies or some quality assurance agencies. Right now, university itself, they also can know what to choose, yes. And we have a special agency I have mentioned. Their main mission right now to work with that mechanism, how universities can implement it. And our own national accreditation also framework should contain many elements from international one as well. They go in with each other. Okay, and also the number of students, the number of professors. Also, you see, we have a little bit gap here. The number of professors, if we put it into proportion with the students, it should be higher. Yes. If there is some head of international office, if you are like filling some data submission in international ranking, you know that there should be a proportion, yes, between students and between the professors. So here, our exactly proportion should be worked. Also, yes, you can see here system growth, and also Uzbek higher education landscape here is diversifying, yes, firstly, because public, firstly, what we can say, specific information about public and private university, yes, what is a privilege. Firstly, public institutions, they remain the backbone of the system, yes, with broad scale programs, yes, and strong policy alignment, yes, because they have a good experience, let's say, yes, and good special scientific and the other schools. Private and non-state institutions, they firstly bring flexibility, which exactly public universities, many of them, they lack of that flexibility. They have some industry relevance, they have some innovation strategies, let's say, yes. But I think both play really important role in internationalization strategy, yes, nowadays. Okay, so here, exactly, I would like to say about 3 basic reforms which plays really crucially in our higher educational landscape. Firstly, about equity, yes. It refers reform concept of development higher education till 2030, yes. And here, firstly, we use the term inclusiveness, yes. And this inclusiveness should solve many problems. It should give access to underrepresented groups as well. So, as I told, inclusive internationalization, yes, it is a little bit specific and new term in our national context, but we exactly use that term in our concept of development in 2019. But as I think there is no proper mechanism of using inclusive internationalization, we pay attention firstly to internationalization strategy itself, how it should be implemented. Firstly, many memorandums should be signed, yes, or many mobility reforms should be implemented. But it is not only that, it is about equity, yes, it is about the other side of the coin. And this was on a periphery, and I think it's high time to implement these aspects. And second, exactly a main problem, we have a digital transformation, and there was a digital strategy, and it was being implemented, and many things were being done, and so many startups, yes. When exactly, firstly, we hear about the term startup, especially in social humanitarian universities. It is a little bit specific. It is, we think that it belongs something to information technologies, to nanotechnology, or the other specific fields where startup can be implemented, yes, in the roadmap. But nowadays, we have the other also way of implementing because we have a national LMS systems, yes, we have a remote blended learning programs, and it doesn't matter what type of university you are. Is it a small, it's a private or public? So, and the last one, which is integration of academia and industry, yes, it is the most, I think, recent reform, which focuses on employability, innovation ecosystem, yes? Because while exactly universities are preparing their curriculum, they do not take into consideration labor market needs. And it was the first failure. How exactly great universities specializing on ecosystem, like a technology, let's say, information system, or really attractive directions, their graduates cannot find really good proper job, yes? And after exactly the presidential decree, yes, of establishing this specific field, there should be like a chain between academia and industry. I think many chains are undergoing right now. Yes, there are so many things which we should do still, but the first basic steps were done. Okay, and so about internationalization strategy, I will try to summarize my speech because it seems I'm speaking so many things, yes, a little bit broad spectrum of higher educational landscape as well. But as you see, everyone knows the term internationalization, but right now, while exactly we have been in Ghent University, where inclusive internationalization were being presented by many experts, yes, they spoke about the term comprehensive internationalization. What does it mean? Yes, and when exactly I came back, I'm looking for some special documents, yes, checklist. Do we have comprehensive internationalization? Firstly, in policy, in our policy, how exactly, what does it mean in our national context? So here, in our concept of higher educational development, we have the term, yes, but each exactly university, they can adapt it to their own needs, yes, because it's up to the direction, it's up to the roadmap. So here we can see it shifts internationalization from isolated activities to fully integrate institutional framework, yes, affecting governance, curriculum, partnership, research, and student experience, yes. It's not only mobility reforms, yes. So you see, it is something more because it affects governance and curriculum as well. And for exactly Uzbekistan, this approach ensures that internationalization, it is sustainable, yes, it is inclusive, and it aligns with our national priorities. And so here you can see I have chosen like 4 different countries, yes, what in their national context, what is internationalization, what is a specific key term. So for India, you can see it's a global competitiveness and innovation, yes. For Japan, it is a mobility and rankings. For Vietnam, it is economic diplomacy. In our exactly case, it is a modernization of higher educational in universities. It is a European standard guideline alignment, access, expansion, and global positioning. So our perception is a little bit different. So you see, from different countries. While exactly we are signing some memorandums, why exactly we are doing some, let's say, cooperation with different partners, we should take into consideration their strategy as well, because we can have plenty of memorandums, but many of them, they maybe doesn't work because we have a 2 different approach, bottom up, bottom down, yes. This also really important. That is goes in alignment with comprehensive internationalization. It is a little bit beyond than simple documents, simple checklist. Okay, so here, why exactly it is a little bit universal information, why our universities should internationalize, let's say. Firstly, it is to strengthen research and innovation, to improve, yes, rankings, let's say, to prepare students for a global market, and to diversify students and staff, yes. And this exactly, all items, they are consistent, yes. And they are going in alignment with international trends, but they can help to reform unique national priority. Okay, and also here I would like to speak about governance partners. Yes, each exactly country, they have their own governance structure. So ours is really simple, and we have, unfortunately, there is no ministry representative. We have some bureaucracy process as well here. In successful higher education system, internationalization here shared some responsibility. If, let's say, university has more than 200 foreign students, they can have a vice rector of international affairs, yes? If no, they will be head of international office. That's it, yes? Then there will be 3 more assistants, yes, let's say. And they can be, if university is really classical and they have more than 10,000 students, they can have transformation and strategic department as well. If no, for instance, at our university, we don't have. We have only head of international office, yes. We have head of science, let's say, and that's it, yes. And many things are difficult to let's say, implement and to work in the framework of inclusive internationalization, because it goes with student affairs department as well. While exactly you are thinking about your roadmap, what exactly should be done, yes, within like 5 years, or while exactly you want to cooperate with some strategic partner, you should know their governance patterns as well. It's also really important because, for instance, in US, it's totally different. European countries also, they have contained a European standard guideline, and they can contain something specific which doesn't work in our case. That's why pay attention to that and manage operation issues as well. Okay. So here I have taken some information from statistics. Yes, what exactly partnership geography we have and what will be done, let's say. So Uzbek universities here demonstrate, firstly, diversified partnerships. Yes, so different partners from different countries. You can see Turkey, Korea, Russia, China, UK. Yes. What about targets for expansion? Reflect our strategic ambitions, let's say. Yes. Deeper engagement, firstly, with European Union for quality assurance, accreditation, and Erasmus. Increased collaboration with the US on research and policy studies, and expanded cooperation with Gulf states, yes, for funding and mobility. And I think it is also one direction, because while exactly I'm looking for many information, which university they are working, which countries, yes, and totally it also helps to do some the roadmap or policy implementation or inclusive internationalization strategy. Also, right now, as I told, it is a little bit new in our topic, and it helps to shape up our strategy. Okay, and also it is like a continuation that effective partnership require more than MOUs. Yeah, they require governance, commitment, and mutual benefit. Okay, and about criteria. So what exactly we should know? While exactly we are choosing a partner, let's say, yes, what is really important? Firstly, we should think about compatibility, strategic relevance, quality assurance credibility, geographic fit, and existing engagement potential. Yes, because as right now you see it in the number of universities, you see it in the number of agreements. Yes, numbers does not say anything sometimes. Yes, but if you take into consideration these criteria for assessing partner or for choosing partner, you will have long-term partnerships. Yes. And one more topic about mobility. Traditional physical mobility remains really important. Yes, everyone have it at their roadmap, but virtual blended mobility models offers more inclusive alternatives, because not, let's say, all universities have a great financial assistance. Yes, they cannot, let's say, to do some reforms on a wide scale. That's why these can be a good option for some universities. So here you can see it is about oil, gas. And this exactly model allows our country to give some alternative option. Yes, but it's for women, students from rural areas, let's say, or with some students with financial constraints. Yes. What does it mean, COIL? It is a collaborative online learning. Yes, exactly. We have started with US university, but unfortunately it doesn't work well. Yes, it seems like I should take into consideration many criteria, and I should know our strengths and weaknesses. And right now, as after exactly this experience, I know what should be in my roadmap. Yes, so here you can see one exactly example how it should be implemented. Yes. I have explained about criteria, and these criteria also, as I didn't take it into consideration, this COIL experience was not exactly goes well. And now I think we will think about not bachelors, because our university prioritize itself as a scientific hub as well. We will take a different interdisciplinary science, and we will choose also different target audience. And if exactly there are different representatives from different universities, you can take also information, what exactly is a COIL, is exactly your partner working well, does they have some special programs, how we can organize it. If university have some financial constraints, it goes well, firstly. And it is also really great for enhancing digital transformation of university itself. Sometimes, yes, it goes well. Okay, so thank you so much. Yes, if you have any questions, you are welcome. So also online format our participants who are here. If you have any questions, please, you can write them in the chat, yes? And while we have a question answer period, we will answer them. Because exactly right now, I will give the floor to our experts, yes? And there will be so many interaction, yes? It's not only, it will be teacher-centered approach, yes? And that's why if there will be plenty of questions, and there should be some it's really interesting topic, and we can learn from each other. And exactly these experts who are, when exactly I have read their biography, you can get information how exactly they have a great experience in policy implementation. Yes, over than 2 decades they have that experience. Yes, that's why as a policy stakeholders, yes, as a representative of universities who are not inattentive, yes, for the roadmap of the universities, please be active. That is like the main item of our agenda. So in that case, if no questions, I will. Okay. Why we are talking now in English only, and then the follow-up will be. Okay. Yes. This technical assistant mission, yes, in the agenda also you have seen that the working language is the English one, yes? And for 2 days, all information will be given in the English language by experts, and we do not here organize interpretation, yes? Why? Because after exactly this time, we have a follow-up event, and usually follow-up event we do in Uzbek language. What exactly we have learned here, yes, we will discuss everything in details, yes, and they will be, we will discuss how, can we implement it in our national context or not, how we can do it. That's why you shouldn't think if maybe there will be some experts who does not know, let's say, English foreign language, but they won't participate. Here in follow-up event, all the information which we will take from our experts, we will translate into Uzbek language. They will be dissemination as we did in previous time. Yes, they will be dissemination for all universities. It will be sent by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And after that, they will be, I think, fruitful communication with each other. Okay, that's it. So in that case, I will give the floor to our experts. Yes. Please, the floor is yours. Ninoslav and Anna.
Okay. Perfect. So good morning to everyone. It's good to see you here in Uzbekistan, and I'm glad that we will have the opportunity to work today on the topic of inclusive internationalization. But maybe at the very beginning, I think it is good that we provide a bit more information of our institute. So both my colleague Anna and I, we work at the Institute for the Development of Education, which is based in Croatia, in Europe. And we are a European think tank on higher education policy development, and we work on three key areas in higher education. First, it relates to equity and inclusion in higher education, where we are developing a European framework for social dimension, and we will be speaking about that very soon. Second area is community engagement in higher education, where we are developing a European platform for community engagement in higher education. And the third area is quality assurance, where we link quality with inclusion and engagement in society. So these are the three key areas of our work, and we do provide consultancy services in all these three key areas, both to public authorities and higher education institutions worldwide. We do also collaborate with public authorities and also higher education institutions on different projects that relate to the advancement of higher education. So I hope that in the future we will be also capable to work with your universities on different projects that will relate to the topics of equity, community engagement, and quality, because this is the expertise that we have in these particular areas. And maybe just to repeat some basic facts on my colleague Anna and me. So I am Nino Schmidt, and as Nozlia has mentioned, I am the founder and executive director of the Institute for the Development of Education. But for this particular topic, it is important to mention that I was co-chairing the work on what we call in the Bologna process social dimension within the Bologna follow-up group in the past 6 years. And I'm very glad that today I will be presenting what we have created as a result. And this is, you will see, European framework for social dimension that helps both public authorities and also higher education institutions. So this work in the Bologna was primarily for public authorities, so for ministries mainly, but the point is that they should then work with higher education institutions to implement what has been developed at the level of the Bologna process. I'm also working within the International Organization Council of Europe as expert for higher education policy. But for this particular topic, I also have the experience of being a member of the National Committee in Croatia, so in my home country, on social dimension. And now I would like to ask Anna if you can present also your expertise.
Thank you, Nina. I'm not sure that the camera catches me. Should I go upstairs? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So my name is Anna Skledar-Matijević, and I'm really glad to be here. And really happy to share our European experience with you in the hope that it will motivate you and inspire you. I have worked for almost 20 years in a small University of Applied Sciences in Croatia. We are talking about 5,500 students. I worked as a professor, but I spent quite a lot of time in the management as assistant dean for academic affairs, as an acting dean, also in a one term of office, as a department chair in several terms of office. So what I bring to the table with my experience is actually the implementation of policies that Nino just explained. So he has expertise in policy making, and I have expertise in on the institutional level. I have experience. I joined the Institute for the Development of Education in 2019, and as was mentioned earlier, I work on the topics of equity and inclusion, community engagement, and quality assurance in higher education. And I'm really happy to share my experience with you today.
Thank you very much, Anna. Now you know all the basic facts about us. But I think for the introductory part, it is also important that I provide some key information also on the Bologna process and the European higher education area, because we will be speaking throughout this day and tomorrow about some reforms that are happening within the Bologna process, which is launched as a process 25 years before, so in 1999. And this is the main voluntary intergovernmental cooperation at the European level in the field of higher education. So when we speak about the Bologna process, nowadays it is implemented in 47 states. And these 47 states define what we call a European higher education area. However, this is much wider than Europe, because you can see, and I hope you also know that Asian members are also, some Asian members are of the Bologna process, like Turkey, like Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Kazakhstan. So this Bologna process is really a huge supranational intergovernmental cooperation, whose main objective is to guide collective effort of primarily public authorities, so mainly ministries, on how to build more inclusive and interconnected European higher education area. So this process exists so that the mobility of students and staff is I would say, improved between all these 47 states. There is, I mean, this Bologna process has a quite extensive organizational structure. The main body is Bologna Follow-up Group, which is the executive structure that supports the Bologna process in between the ministerial conference, when 47 ministers of education every 3 years meet all together, and in between this Bologna Follow-Up Group, or BFUG, basically leads the whole process. And I have been in charge of one body in the past 6 years. This is the working group on social dimension of higher education. And today we will be speaking about social dimension, and very soon we will define what we exactly mean by social dimension. So these, I mean, some basic facts are now important to understand all the topics that we will be discussing throughout the day. And the main objective of this seminar today and tomorrow is to provide your Uzbek higher education institutions and policymakers with practical strategies and insights into making internationalization efforts more accessible and more inclusive. So we do have four main objectives for today and for tomorrow. And first is that we need to understand, or that we need to have a common understanding of the barriers to inclusion in internationalization efforts. Second, we will be sharing best practices for inclusive mobility and internationalization at home. We will be doing it from our side, from European higher education area, but we would also like to learn from you, because your universities, as we've heard from Nozli, are also very active in this field. Third objective is that we will also provide some recommendations for integrating inclusivity into your institutional and national policies. And the fourth objective is to enhance cooperation with international partners. So we will be speaking about strategic partnerships in the field of inclusive internationalization. So these are the objectives that we are supposed to reach at the end of today and tomorrow. So the plan is that we work today until 4:30, so 15 minutes longer than you see in your agenda. Today we will now start speaking about the concepts and contexts. We need to have the same understanding of key definitions when we speak about inclusion and internationalization. After that, we need to understand what are the challenges in this field, what are the barriers. So we will present some facts from European higher education area, but then we would also like to hear what are your challenges in your Uzbek higher education system. Then we will have a coffee break around the noon, and then we will continue with the policy responses. So we will learn about the challenges, but then we need to find a solution on how to solve the challenges. So this is why we will be speaking about policy responses. We will have a lunch, and we will continue with the policy responses also after the lunch. And then towards 4:30, we will be wrapping up today. And then we will present the topics for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will be speaking more about planning for new actions. So on how to establish strategic partnerships in inclusive internationalization. We will be also learning from your experience, how you build international and strategic partnerships in inclusive internationalization. And then we will be speaking about monitoring and evaluation, because every policy is successful only if you really monitor the implementation and when you evaluate, so that you know what are the results. And at the end, we will be providing some recommendations for you on how you can improve inclusive internationalization at your institutions. So this is the agenda for today, and please interrupt us at any time, Anna and me, during today and tomorrow, because this is the seminar, so it's intended to be the very proactive, and we would really like to have the dialogue with you. So feel free to ask questions whenever you would like to clarify certain concepts. I'm very glad that we have many participants today in the room, but then also we've heard that we do have many participants online. So I think now we are a bit in delay with the time. So we will not be presenting, I will not give the word to all of you, but we'll ask Nazlia and maybe also Aziza, if you can very briefly present the profile of the participants that we have in the room here and online, very briefly.
You have it, yes?
Important, it's just the profile.
So I would be interested as well.
So will you give in that case details? Yes, Bono?
Yes, I think this is online.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, can we ask them, or I can give?
You can just.
Oh,
Just well, academic stuff.
okay. Okay. So in that case, right now we should know each other, yes, in a close way, in order to do that interaction and in order to see, maybe we will do some change in presentation as well. So can you raise your hand if there are some academics, yes, I mean professors, specialists who conduct lessons, okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's like a 30%, yeah, like academics. Thank you so much. Are there representatives who are from international office, head or specialist? Okay. Okay. Okay, also 30%. What about the student representatives? Okay.
Great.
Oh, good. We really we need students. Okay.
Very good mixture, I would say. And for online?
Yes, right now we have 20 participants, and 5 of them are from Kyrgyzstan, our neighboring country, and the remaining is from Uzbekistan. And I see that we have about 40% of participants from the country regions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we do have a very wide audience, very mixed audience. So now we know us very good. So you now know our work. Now we do understand who is in the public. So I think that now we can really move into clarifying some key terms related to inclusion and internationalization. Maybe at the beginning, I think that we all in the room here know that higher education really brings broad benefits both to individuals and then also to the society as a whole. So at the individual level, we know that higher education fulfills the potential of all of us here, particularly our students, that it enables better financial, health, and social outcomes. And when we speak about the society as a whole, we know that higher education contributes to the sustainable economic growth, that it fulfills different societal needs. And if we really include all of the groups from the society into higher education, higher education will contribute also to the social cohesion. However, unfortunately, some global data tell us that there are also inequalities in higher education. So today we will be speaking about certain groups that unfortunately do have problems in accessing and then successfully completing higher education. So I'm glad that inclusion is one of the priorities in higher education here in Uzbekistan, and we will be basically learning on how we can foster inclusion in higher education. And inclusion is gaining, I would say, more importance, particularly after COVID period. But then also today, unfortunately, we do have wars around us. Many countries face economic crisis. Today, artificial intelligence is developing very fast, but it also create digital gaps so that certain groups from the society really have troubles to participate in higher education, or if they participate, they have difficulties to complete it successfully. So It is important that equity inclusion is high on the agenda of different policymakers, particularly of different international organizations. Today, Nozlia mentioned UN Sustainable Goals. So there is one goal, as you know, the fourth, that relates to quality and inclusive higher education. And it's great that UN is fostering inclusion through different activities. The same is also for the World Bank. They have many projects that support equity and inclusion in higher education. UNESCO also, OECD, and in Europe, European Commission. This is really one of the key pillars for higher education to foster inclusion in higher education. This is also one of the priorities for the Bologna process that I mentioned and the European higher education area. So for all 47 states. So one objective for the HEA by 2030 is really to build an inclusive and interconnected European higher education area by implementing principles for the social dimension. And we will be learning about these principles very soon. But at the beginning of each seminar that we do here in the region, we notice that it is really important that we have the same understanding of key concepts. So what does really diversity mean? How diversity is different from equity? Okay, if we have diversity and equity, what is then the inclusion? So we need to clarify these concepts. And now, at the beginning, I would really like to hear your opinion. So what is diversity in higher education for you? Can you try to define it? I would like to hear any opinion from the audience. Yes. So what would be diversity for you?
Assalamu alaikum everyone, my name is Toraiba Maftuna. I'm a student at Tashkent State University of Uzbek Language and Literature. And for me, diversity means that there should be representatives of all maybe social areas, like from rural areas, people from central areas, and of course, people from different social groups, maybe people with everyone should be included. Maybe it's like we can tell internationally diverse. There should be representatives of all nations. So diversity for me means that people from different groups.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will need your help. If you can maybe just help me with the mics, because we will be asking also some other participants. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I am from the Foreign Language Department. So I want to
please.
Information about
Diversity for you.
Yeah, diversity in education should be in this kind of education there are different students from different culture, like can be different nations, like and genders too, males and females, people from different cultures.
Yes.
And even degrees too, levels of education. That's it.
Thank you very much. So I think that everything what we've heard is correct. And indeed, diversity is really a fact in higher education, because this is a characteristics shared by all educational systems, referring to variations in population characteristics, such as we've heard race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, language, culture, religion, mental and physical ability, economic status, class, or even immigrant status. So these differences we do have as we've heard today, at our higher education institutions, and these differences should be viewed not as challenges, but really as opportunities to enrich learning and foster innovation that benefits really all learners. So we need to be proud that we have the diversity at our higher education institutions. So this is the fact. But how then would diversity differ from equity? Any idea? So how do you see equity? Now we have defined diversity, but what would be the equity then? This is very good. I have helped you with the picture here. You see that here, maybe you can describe this is equality, this is equity. Yes, very good point.
Yes, well, hello everyone. I am Jolva Mohikulktauna, a teacher from Bukhara State Pedagogical Institute, and I want to clarify the difference between equality and equity. When it comes to equality, it is about giving the same thing in the same way, in the same amount for everyone. But when it comes to equity, it is giving the same according to the needs of people. And this is the big difference, I guess.
Okay, and we've heard today that we have a very different representatives from the society within the higher education. So the needs are very different. But then what would be then the equity? We've heard that equality would basically equalize the opportunities among the different representatives at our institutions. But what is then the equity?
For example, in simple term, let's say we are teaching 30 students, right, in one go. And when we are teaching them in equal way, then we'll give them the same knowledge, the same amount, without regarding their special needs. But when we want to prioritize equity, then in that case, we'll have to work on their special needs. For example, we can see students with different needs. 30 students with 30 diverse students. So if I want to prioritize this equity in my classroom, then I would prepare my lesson according to their needs, individual needs. This is the case.
That's the very good and important point. But do we have any other understanding on equity, or even if you would like to compare it with equality, just to hear maybe one more opinion about equity? Do we have somebody that works I'm sure that you work at your institutions on equity, so maybe just to explain how it works, how it looks, your work related to equity from your perspective. Okay, if you are shy, then maybe I will just I will confirm what the colleague has already explained. And equity is really a principle. So diversity is, as we've learned, a fact, but equity is a principle. So while diversity really reflects the reality of differences among the learners at our universities, equity is a principle, and this is a principle of social justice based on fairness. So it means treating all learners as equally important, while recognizing that some face greater challenges due to their individual circumstances. So for equity, it's really important that it offers the same rights for everyone, but it requires, as we've heard from the colleague, it really requires targeted measures. So targeted measures tailored to the specific needs of those of greater risk of exclusion. So here I would just like to repeat that equality of treatment is not the same as equity, as we've heard. because equality implies uniformity. This is exactly what you have explained, while equality implies uniformity. Equity basically focuses on creating fair opportunities tailored to individual needs of learners, to individual needs of certain underrepresented and vulnerable groups that you might have in your classes or among the students. But then the question is, okay, if now we know what is diversity, now we understand also equality and equity, but what is then inclusion? Okay, now I already provided some idea on the screen, but would you like to continue? Because your answers for equity and equality, so what would be, how do you see inclusion then, particularly when you work with vulnerable students in your class?
Inclusion, in my view, it is including, engaging everyone. Let's say if you are working on Erasmus project, then our first target would be just including other participants, other partners to our project. And this is the inclusion.
Okay, so I mean, this is really now the process when you somehow try to include and remove barriers that might be among certain groups. Any other understanding of what can be inclusion, or how do you see inclusion in your classes at your universities? How would you define inclusion? Yes. Because we have online.
Okay. I think that probably I not totally agree with you, but inclusion means like to provide equal opportunities for all participants of your education process, despite of their special needs. So they have equal opportunity to be included.
Okay.
And we should take into consideration their special needs. Like, I don't like the word like disabilities. I don't like this word. So special needs. So we should take into consideration all the special needs, and they shouldn't feel themselves like outside the society, or they have to feel themselves as any participant of the group.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So maybe, okay, sorry. Yes, please.
Can I now speak?
Yes. Yeah, so Dalia will translate.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli seminar ishtirokchilari. Bu yerga men Toshkent davlat sharqshunoslik universitetidan tashrif buyurdim. Ikkinchi kurs magistrantman va inklyuziv ta'limda, oliy ta'limda inklyuziv bo'yicha ya'ni dars jarayonlarida hozirgi kunda izchil ishlar olib borilayotganini guvoh bo'lyapmiz va bu olib borilayotgan ishlarni misoli tariqasida shu bugungi seminarni ham ko'rishimiz mumkin. Buning uchun avvalo barchangizga tashakkurlarimni izhor qilaman va o'z tushunchalarim bilan bo'lishmoqchiman. Inklyuziv o'zi ta'limda inklyuziv va umuman ta'limdan tashqari ijtimoiy hayotda inklyuzivlikni targ'ib qilish bu juda ham ijobiy natijalarni beradi va aynan ta'lim, oliy ta'limda bu eng juda muhim va ustuvor bo'lishi kerak deb o'ylayman. Chunki biz agar nafaqat irqi, jinsi yoki millatidan, toifasidan kelib chiqib ularni chegaralashimiz, balki nogironligi, ya'ni jismoniy taraflama ularni chegaralashimiz bu har xil yomon oqibatlarni keltirishi mumkin va biz buni bartaraf etish uchun ta'limda inklyuzivlikni joriy qilsak, juda ham maqsadga muvofiq bo'ladi va dars jarayonlarida talabani o'zlashtirish uchun bo'lajak pedagog sifatida katta mahorat talab qilinishini e'tirof etmoqchiman va shu jumladan har xil inklyuziv ta'limni shakllantirishda har xil qo'llanmalarni joriy qilish va talabalarni birdek ko'rish, ya'ni nogironligi bor yoki bo'lmasa millati sog'lom boshqa deb emas, bir xilda ko'rish menimcha ta'lim sifatini ham va jamoada hamdo'stlik, hamjihatlikni ham yo'lga qo'yishga xizmat qiladi. Rahmat.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nazlia, can you help us just?
Yeah, I'm.
Okay.
Yes, I've been taking notes. Dear participants, I come from the Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, and I would like to mention the inclusion in education. Nowadays, there has been a huge work carried out in our country, and one of the examples is this seminar that we are at today. And I would like to share my thoughts on this. So the education itself or the social inclusion and promoting those aspects will bring out positive outcomes, and not only in higher education, but also in society as well, since these topics are important and paramount to us. Because we shouldn't be focusing in a negative way on the sex, the race, or the background of those involved in this. And especially we shouldn't be limiting people because of their physical needs, because in the future it can cause negative effects. And it is important to include students and tailor the education methods and curriculum based on their needs. And we should treat everyone equally, no matter what their health condition or other social conditions are.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this intervention. And now I can provide the definition from UNESCO on inclusion, which respects the fact that diversity, we've said it's a fact, equity is a principle, and now inclusion is a process. So while equity is the guiding principle, inclusion is the process through which it is realized. So it involves removing, as we've heard, barriers, and all students should access, participate, and complete higher education based on their abilities, regardless of the factors that are beyond their control. So this requires measures, definitely both at the level of universities, so at the level of higher education institutions, but then also across the higher education system to support learners according to their needs. So an inclusive system not only advances equity, but also ensures that diversity is reflected as desired and equitable outcome. So now I think that we all do have the basic understanding of the key concepts of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And maybe now it is important also to mention that inclusion and equity, they do have three dimensions, and they relate to, as you can see, to access. They also relate to well-being for all those who are already studying, but then also they relate to the achievement. So it is important to ensure that the conditions and removing barriers for individuals to access educational institutions or programs that match their needs or educational objectives. So we need to remove barriers for access for different groups, but then it is also important to ensure an optimal experience for all those who already participate in higher education. So the students and staff, they should feel safe, they should feel respected, they should engage in different activities at the university, but then also in the society. And there should be supportive relations with other learners and teachers, and they all need to feel they belong to their university community. So it is important that we also, when we speak about equity inclusion, that we do not speak only about the component that relates to access. It is also important to support all of the groups when they are in already higher education, when they're studying. So their well-being at the university is very important. But then it is also important that we reduce differences in educational achievements among different groups of learners, so that we prevent dropout and that we secure that all those who are already enrolled at our universities, that they also successfully complete. So it is important now to understand that there are these three dimensions of equity and inclusion, that they are in access, well-being, and achievement. And maybe just one more term that we need to clarify, because we've learned social dimension, and this term is very typical for the Bologna process, and I would say it is invented within the Bologna process, but it has not been defined for a really very long time. So almost 20 years within the Bologna, we all spoke about the social dimension. However, it has been defined for the first time only in 2020, so 5 years before. So this new definition, and this is one of the results of the group that I co-chaired within the Bologna process, says that the social dimension of higher education is a process. So it's also a process aimed at creating an inclusive environment in higher education, in which the composition of the student body entering, participating in, and completing higher education corresponds to the heterogeneous social profile of society at large in our countries. So you can see also on the screen that this definition encompasses the desired inclusive environment in higher education that fosters diversity, that fosters equity, and that is responsive to the local communities. So this is what is the social dimension in the Bologna process. And as you can see in the Bologna process, this term social dimension, it encompasses diversity, it encompasses equity and equality and inclusion. So I would say that social dimension is one umbrella term for these concepts within the Bologna process. Now we have defined all the key elements related to equity and inclusion, but now we need to also define internationalization, because we need to come to clarify the term of the topic of the seminar today, and this is inclusive internationalization. So we mentioned internationalization very often today. Can maybe one participant just repeat what is then the definition of the internationalization in higher education?
Thank you, Professor. I guess earlier I used I chose wrong sample for inclusion, But this time I can tell that internalization, it is about just attracting everyone around us. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, for example, if you are working on one project, attracting others to this project, offering your proposals, working with other foreign universities, just trying to broaden your relations with them.
Okay. Can we hear some other? Yes. Yeah, we will see. Yeah, I think that your remark of being, I think that now you spoke about being inclusive. So I would say that what you just explained is more on how we do understand inclusion, but internationalization is about broadening the scope of your stakeholders, but we maybe need to hear a bit more about it.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Bobor. So I think internationalization is to help the students to work together, to have a collaboration from a different country. I think it's internationalization.
Yeah. But then I think that now you mentioned this component that we need to collaborate with somebody from other countries, from other regions. So that's most probably something that would relate to internationalization abroad. But then we have also internationalization at home. What is this? How internationalization abroad differs from internationalization at home? I mean, Noslia spoke about it in the morning. So, yes. Internalization at home. What is for you internationalization at home?
Hello, everyone. I am Sitora Yunuswa from Foreign Language Department. So internationalization at home means that there are a lot of nationalities within Uzbekistan, more than, I guess, 30 or 40. So at one institution, there should be representatives of all nations from one country. For instance, there are a lot of Russians, Ukrainians, and Turkish people or Kazakh people in Uzbekistan that live as their home. So one institution should include members of not only Uzbek society, but also other nations as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe now I will help you if my slide will actually move, which is not moving. Okay. Do we have any other, while we are waiting the slides? Yes, we do have one more opinion about internationalization.
In my opinion, internationalization is about cooperation between our national institutions, first of all, then including NGOs. Because, first of all, for me, it's like sharing experience. It's like collaboration. It's like sharing what they learned during their practice. So it's I can like count it again. It's collaboration between national institutions, NGOs, and other organizations, so they can share their experience.
Okay, I see that we do have a quite a diverse opinion about internationalization, but with some common understandings. So now I will provide a definition from the literature, and it says that the international process, internationalization is also a process. It is the intentional process of integrating an international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, and delivery of higher education in order to enhance the quality, of education, but also of research for all students and staff, and to make a meaningful contribution to the society. So it sounds quite maybe complicated, but I think that I have repeated many concepts that you have mentioned right now. So this definition reflects this, I would say, increased awareness that internationalization has to become more inclusive and less elitist by not focusing predominantly on mobility, but also on the curriculum, on the internationalization of curriculum, of internationalization learning outcome. So the abroad component that we have heard and that relates basically to mobility needs to become an integral part of the internationalized curriculum and to ensure internalization for all, not only for mobility students. So I think that, and that's what Nozlia mentioned in the morning, mobility between the regions, between the countries is important feature in our higher education. However, it is important when we speak about the internationalization that it becomes a part of the internationalized curriculum and that really defines some learning outcomes that will foster internationalization for all. So it re-emphasized that internationalization is not a goal in itself, but a means to enhance quality. Because, I mean, internationalization needs to have the purpose. And I would say that the purpose is really to enhance the quality of teaching and learning and research at our institutions. And it should focus also to contribute to the society, and it should not relate only to economic gains. So this is what is internationalization, and I think that in our discussion.
мынандай калаш кийип же кыскарчын кийип канат болуп кеткен. Мен даже айылда
Yeah, that's fine because we do have many participants online, so this is fine. So we've heard today that the internationalization has basically two key components, and the first one is internationalization abroad. And this is understood as all forms of education across borders. So this is important. All forms of education across borders, and it relates to mobility of people, to mobility of projects, mobility of study programs, but also sometimes to mobility of providers. And second component is internationalization at home, which is more, I would say, curriculum oriented and focuses on activities that develop international and the global understanding and intercultural skills. So maybe for the end and for before the break, we can maybe now, if the slide will move, we'll learn about more internationalization abroad. Can we go to the next slide, please?
You can use it.
Okay, so when we speak about the internationalization abroad, we speak about mobility. We speak about what we call, and I'm all sure you know that what is credit mobility. It also relates to the green mobility. It relates also to the staff mobility, and here we speak about the mobility both of academic and administrative staff at higher education institutions. It also relates to international research collaboration and also cross-border education. Maybe when I think we speak about cross-border education, we need to clarify that it relates to the award or credit-bearing learning undertaken by students who are based in a different country from that of the awarding institution. So this is what is cross-border education. So I would say that this is a phase in the globalization of higher education that starts with cross-border student flows and then moves to the development of hubs or campuses. So this relates to the growth of campuses and franchised operation by foreign universities. And finally, it generates also virtual program mobility. So these all components, credit mobility, degree mobility, staff mobility, international research collaboration, and cross-border education is what is meant by internationalization abroad. And we see, and we've heard also from Nozlia in the morning, that there is a trend in and an increase in virtual exchanges, and particularly through collaborative online learning and even blended learning, which combines face-to-face learning with online learning experience. So all these concepts are a part of what we call internationalization abroad. And we have also heard internationalization at home. And this is different from the previous because it relates to purposeful integration of international and intercultural dimensions into the format and into the formal and informal curriculum. It is important that this curriculum is really for all students within domestic learning environment, while internationalization at home can benefit from the presence of international students and offer an opportunity for their integration. It can really also take a place with only local students who may bring their own diverse backgrounds to the learning experience. So this internationalization at home really provides opportunities to work in the international environment for all those who are not necessarily mobile. And key components of the internationalization at home is definitely internationalization of curriculum, but then also it relates to intercultural learning outcomes, but then also it relates to international classroom, multilingual environment, inclusive teaching practices, and virtual exchanges and collaborative online learnings. So many concepts, but it is important that now you know that when we speak about internationalization, that you know that there is a difference between internationalization abroad and that in increasing trends is really to foster internationalization at home, and that it really primarily relates to the internationalization of the curriculum, which is the incorporation of international and global dimensions into the content of the curriculum, as well as into the learning outcomes, but also assessment tasks, teaching materials, and different support services for students at universities. So when we speak about the internationalized curriculum, it happens within the comparative international literature. It can also relate to some guest lectures that you might have at your universities. So you can invite speakers from local cultural groups or from different international companies. Then it can relate also to international case studies and practices, or increasingly it can relate also to digital learning and to different formats of online cooperation with different stakeholders outside of your university. International opportunities through mobility and double and joint degrees are also a part of internationalization at home. And they all need to be integrated into the home curriculum. But now the question is, what is then inclusive internationalization? Now we have provided a definition for internationalization and internationalization at home, but then also internationalization abroad. But how do you understand inclusive internationalization? Because as Nozlia mentioned in the morning, this is a fairly new concept. And now I'm trying to connect what we have learned about inclusion and internationalization and to see actually what would be then the inclusive internationalization. So maybe some last opinions from the audience before the coffee break about inclusive internationalization. Do you implement inclusive internationalization at your university? Yes, please.
Some ideas.
Yes.
So in my opinion, inclusive internationalization means opportunity to be involved in this process for all the universities. For example, in Uzbekistan, we have different types of universities, small universities, universities in remote areas. So some of them are like rich universities and some of them, let's say, in simple words, not rich. They don't have financial support. So inclusive internationalization,
yes.
In my opinion, it means the opportunity for this process for all the universities.
Okay.
That's how I understand.
Yeah, that's really very close to the definition that I will be explaining. This component that you provide internationalization experience for everybody, for all students at your university, even if they are not necessarily mobile. Okay. Any other opinion? Okay. If not, then I can then provide also the definition for the topic of our seminar. Inclusive internationalization, and this picture that Nozlia also used in the morning, I think this circle is very important. This is really what Nozlia mentioned, a comprehensive internationalization. I would say that these are synonymous. Inclusive internationalization is, I would say, comprehensive internationalization. So this is commitment confirmed through action to infuse international and comparative perspectives throughout the teaching, research, and service missions of higher education. So it should encompass really these all three missions of universities: learning, teaching, research, and service to the society, or the third mission of higher education. So inclusive internationalization really shapes the entire higher education institution, and it is essential that it be embraced by not only students, it should be embraced by institutional leadership. I think that here we need to have also inclusive international internationalization government models at a particular university. It should also include faculty, students, and all academic services should basically be inclusive if they work on internationalization at university. So it is, I would say, an institutional imperative, not just a desirable possibility if the university has decided to foster inclusive internationalization. So it brings also internationalization of the curriculum into focus. which calls for faculty and other staff to intentionally integrate internationalization into study programs, courses, and course materials. So inclusive internationalization really puts the accent on internationalization of the curriculum, and it expands internationalization efforts in an inclusive manner, which provides growth opportunities for both students and staff that are unable to participate in mobility programs. So if we create an internationalized curriculum, it will help gaining new knowledge, not only for all those who are mobile, but also for all those who are not mobile, but study at a particular university. So at the end, maybe I will provide some key features that relate to inclusive internationalization, and it can relate to equity and inclusion integrated into, let's say, internationalization strategy of your particular university. It can strengthen and relate to the internationalization at home for non-mobile students. It can also relate to inclusive teaching and intercultural learning outcomes for diverse group of students at your university. It can relate also to international research collaboration. It can relate also to recruiting international students and scholars, but we know that we need to remove barriers to physical and also virtual mobility for certain groups of students. And it can also relate to the financial and academic support for students with fewer opportunities. And it can also relate to institutional partnerships based on fairness and mutual benefit. And I think it is important when we speak about the inclusive internationalization, we need to collect data and to have data-driven monitoring, because we need to collect certain data on how our institutions is improving international experience of students and staff, and we can do it only if we really do have data. So data monitoring is very important because it will help us implement, I would say, objectives for our institutions in a way that is really effective. So here I will stop, because I think that now we have spoken about many concepts, but I think that now we do have the understanding of key concepts that relate to equity and inclusion, but then also to internationalization. And finally, I think that we have succeeded to clarify the concept of inclusive internationalization, because now in the following session, we will go deeper, and we will see in the following session after the break what are the underrepresented and disadvantaged and vulnerable groups at your institutions when we speak about the inclusive internationalization, and what are the barriers for inclusive internationalization. But we will be, I think, very effective in the upcoming sessions, because now we have the same understanding of the key concepts and we speak the same language. So now I would like to invite you for a coffee break, and Nozlia will provide information about the coffee break and when we will meet again here.
So we will go right now downstairs for a coffee break. Yes, it's 20 minutes. So let's go. Yes. 17. 17. Okay, welcome back. Can you hear me? Is this loud enough? Yeah. So welcome back. I hope you got good refreshments and that you're ready for the second part. Now we're going to talk about barriers to inclusive internationalizations. We're going to talk about challenges. So I will begin by showing I will begin by showing some statistics data that confirm what the challenges are. Eurostudent is a survey that is done among European countries, in this case, 25 countries, and it collects data on student life in various topics. What I will present now are the results from the latest Eurostudent survey relating to actually what we are talking about today, mobility and inclusion. But Eurostudent is much more than just mobility and inclusion. It focuses on economic conditions of student life, and it provides information and data on various aspects of student demographics, the studying conditions, and the various backgrounds of students. So you will see how this actually provides us with information about what is going on with the students regarding inclusion and mobility. So we are talking about European trends, but you can perhaps compare them to what is going on in your region. What we learn from Euro students are the characteristics of student population. We know that the majority of students are women. So there is a majority of female students in most countries of the 25 surveyed countries. But there is imbalance, there is gender imbalance in certain fields. For example, there are more men in areas like engineering or ICT. On the other hand, there are more women in areas such as teaching or childcare. So overall, the number of women is greater than number of men students, but there are significant gender imbalances according to certain study fields. Then we have students who have a migration background, and there is quite a lot of them. 24% of students have some kind of a migration background, which undoubtedly influences their study experience. Around 90% of students have some form of disability, which affects their studies. So when we know that it is very likely that in any classroom in the 25 countries, you will have a student with a migrant background or a student with a disability, most likely both. Then if we talk about the socioeconomic background of students, we realize that students who have a disadvantaged socioeconomic background, so they have a lower socioeconomic status, they're underrepresented in higher education, which means that children who come from families with lower socioeconomic background actually have a harder time accessing and excelling in higher education. Then first-time students, first generation students are students who don't have a parent who has gone to university. So they would be like the first generation in their family to enter higher education. They mostly participate in professional higher education. This means that they would be studying at the University of Applied Sciences because it is something that is very tangible and is very linked to the labor market. This is also interesting to know. Financial difficulties
are experienced by students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, which means that they have to work. So they rely on part-time work to be able to finance their studies. So if we know that we have students who have a lower socioeconomic background, it is very likely that they're not only studying, but they're studying and working, which means that their time budget for studying is smaller. Also, if we talk about student employment, students work because they need to support themselves. So it's not just working for some extra money on the side. It's about really being able to survive. And this is why employment rates are higher among students who come from lower socioeconomic background. So as far as their resources, they rely on family support, self-learned income, and public financial aid. So if they are from lower socioeconomic background, they will either work or have some sort of public financial aid in terms of scholarship or both. If they come from higher socioeconomic background, they will most probably rely on their families. And the biggest and the most difficult burden to bear is housing. Housing expenses in the 25 surveyed countries are by far the biggest expense for students, especially if they do not study in their own time. So in their own town, if they relocate to a different place, to a different region for studies, they need to pay for their accommodation. And this is the biggest financial burden. This is why some students with lower socioeconomic status tend to live with their parents while they're studying to save on accommodation costs. So this is also something to have in mind. If we talk about international student mobility, the trends in Europe are the following. So let's see if I can show you. This is the average. So on average, over the 25 countries, there are 24% of students who participate in mobility. So it's like a quarter of students will participate in some kind of mobility, be it like a full semester or short-term mobility. 24% of students, this is the average. However, you know what the average is. It's a combination of all of these data. So we have the Netherlands here with as much as 44% of mobile students, which means that they're well above average. And on the other hand, we have Azerbaijan, a country from your region or close to Uzbekistan, which has only 7%. And if we take a look at the following graph, their intentions, their aspirations. So the Netherlands, which has a really high participation in mobility, 44%, their aspirations, students' aspirations to participate in mobility are lower because it is present, it is already available, and it is already, it is the opportunity that has been integrated into their study experience. So it is something that they really take for granted. On the other hand, if we take a look at the lower part of the table, with lower participation, aspirations are higher, which means that these systems are actually building their frameworks for mobility and support of student mobility. And this is why students see this as something that they would like to experience. So on the one side, we have systems that have longer traditions and that have participated in the program for longer. Here we have some countries that are either newer to the mobility programs or who have other types of priorities. So the challenges are are the following. Students who have lower socioeconomic status tend to participate less in mobility because it does, with all the support, financial support that they are given, it still represents a significant financial burden. They still, although financial support exists, it is still not enough for students who have to work to survive to participate in mobility. So the financial aspect is a significant challenge. And to sum up, Nino mentioned earlier the 3 dimensions of inclusion, of equity and inclusion in higher education, access, well-being, and achievement. Access being the entry point into the higher education, well-being, this is the dimension that refers to the students stay within the higher education process, and achievement is like the outcome, the outgoing qualities. So we can connect those data from sources such as Eurostudent, which provide comprehensive overview of what is going on in Europe. We can connect them to these 3 dimensions. So if we talk about access, like the entry point into higher education, we can look at the following statistics that will give us an idea what is going on. So we're talking about characteristics of student populations at the national level so that we know who our students are, socioeconomic backgrounds of our students, transition into and within higher education. So usually transition from secondary education to higher education is a point where students, well, it's a point of risk. Types and modes of study and international student mobility. This is what we can find out for the access dimension. Well-being and achievement, and they're interconnected. If there is well-being, if students feel good, if their needs are being met, they will have higher achievements. These 2 dimensions are in fact linked. Here we can talk about statistics on the students' time budget, on students' employment and internships, on their resources and expenses, and on their housing situation. So these types of statistics will give us an insight into what affects students' well-being and achievement while being in the higher education process, and actually the challenges that they have for successfully completing it. Okay, this is it from me. Nino will take over now.
Yeah. Can you?
The voice is subdued.
Now you can hear me. Great. Good. Maybe I speak too much, huh? Maybe I should give the microphone to you. Okay. So here I would just somehow to summarize, I think it is important that Anna mentioned Eurostudent survey. Are you familiar about Eurostudent survey? And because maybe it is important for you to know that so this is the survey, as Anna mentioned, that encompasses 25 countries. So and it is open to any country who would like to participate. Uzbekistan is not participating right now. Some other countries do participate in your neighborhood. So I think it's more for your policymakers to think that maybe they can participate in the Eurostudent survey, because then every 3 years you as a country and your institutions could have a very precise data on underrepresented and disadvantaged groups within your system, and how and then you can compare this data with other 25 states. So Eurostudent is always a good source to identify what are your underrepresented and disadvantaged groups. And in this part now, in this session, we really speak about how to identify which groups are underrepresented both within Uzbek higher education system, but then also at your particular universities. You cannot work on improving inclusion and particularly not inclusive internationalization without having a clear and very precise definition of your particular underrepresented and disadvantaged groups. So here we would like to highlight that it is really important to define who are these groups at your particular institution or a system. And Anna, in her presentation, has mentioned many circumstances like social and family circumstances that can influence vulnerability. Anna spoke about lower socioeconomic status, place of residence. Sometimes if students live in a rural area and need to travel, they are definitely disadvantaged. If they are members of ethnic, linguistic, or any other minority, they are most probably disadvantaged. But there are also students with individual characteristics, like if they have difficulties, impairments, maybe they do have also specific learning difficulties, they all fall into certain underrepresented or disadvantaged category. So you need to have certain data on which you will base your decision and your conclusion who is vulnerable within your institution. But now I think that it is also important maybe to provide also a bit more definitions because there is a difference between underrepresentation and, for instance, disadvantage. And we say that underrepresented students are groups of students whose share among students is lower than the share of a comparable group in total population. So here it may relate to characteristics such as gender, sometimes disabilities, or socioeconomic status of students, migration experience, ethnicity, or often it results from the combined effect of multiple disadvantages. So it can manifest at various levels of higher education. Anna showed these three dimensions, if you remember, access, well-being, and achievement. So it can happen within the study programs, within departments, within institutions, but I also said within your higher education system. So at various stages of admission, progression, or graduation might happen underrepresentation. But here I would like to conclude and stress, if you would like to work systematically on inclusion in higher education, you need to know who is your underrepresented group. You need to define it. And it is not the same as disadvantaged groups. So in European higher education area, we differ between underrepresented groups, but then we also speak about disadvantaged groups of students, and they face disadvantaged students specific challenges compared to their peers, stemming from factors such as disability. It can be low income, lack of family support sometimes, orphanhood, frequent school changes sometimes. Some students do have mental health issues, pregnancy, responsibilities related to work, or caregiving. So these disadvantages may be sometimes long-term, sometimes temporary or intermittent. And while some disadvantaged students are underrepresented, the two categories are not synonymous. So it is important to know that you need also then to define who is disadvantaged, and it is important to remember that under this category would fall students that face specific challenges compared to their peers. But then we also, in European higher education area, have one more term, but it just helps us being more precise. So we do have underrepresented, disadvantaged, but we also distinguish also the groups of students that are vulnerable students. And vulnerable students are those who are at risk of disadvantage, but also in a need of a special support. So I would say vulnerable students are definitely disadvantaged students, but they also are in a need of a special support. So the vulnerability may result from, for instance, from serious illness, mental health issues, disability, being a minor, or having some insecure residence status dependent on academic success. They're so more exposed to risks that threaten their well-being and may require additional support. So this is important. They may require additional support to prevent harm, discrimination, or exploitation. So I hope that you have already defined what are your underrepresented, disadvantaged, or vulnerable groups. In the European context, and particularly when we speak about the Erasmus, it's difficult always, particularly when we, as in this seminar, or sometimes when we write, use always these terms: underrepresented, disadvantaged, vulnerable. I mean, it's very long. This is why in the Erasmus program, this is the invention of the Erasmus, I would say, they use the term students with fewer opportunities. And this is one term that encompasses underrepresented, disadvantaged, or vulnerable groups. So whenever you will work with different Erasmus projects, you will hear students with fewer opportunities, but it is actually one term that encompasses these three categories that I explained earlier. So I think it is important that I mentioned that you need to define particularly these three groups, who are your underrepresented students. And here you can see the chart where, I mean, you should at your institutions have a list of these disadvantaged or vulnerable or underrepresented groups of students. And here you can see that one category, so for instance, students from migrant backgrounds, they can be at certain institutions underrepresented, but also at the same time, they can be also disadvantaged or vulnerable. So you need really to think about each of these categories and to decide for your particular institution under which category certain groups would fall. Because once you will have a clear understanding of these groups, then you will be able to create really measures that will help solve their problems. So this is why now we are speaking about these categories. And since Anna and I come from Croatia, and I would say that our ministry on the system level works very seriously on improving equity and inclusion. And here you can see one example how Croatia has defined its underrepresented and disadvantaged and vulnerable groups of students. And it has classified it according to access, well-being, and achievement in higher education. So I would say that this is really necessary that at the national level, if you work on this policy, that you have the clear understanding who is disadvantaged in access, who is disadvantaged in well-being, and who is disadvantaged on achievement, because then your policy responses at the national level will be more targeted, more than effective, and it will then help higher education institutions to create their own institutional policies on how to improve the problem of certain disadvantaged groups. Once you will have on these defined disadvantaged groups of students, you can start working then on improving their prospects in the internationalization. Because if when we speak about underrepresented and disadvantaged group of students, I mean, they do have and they face, as we've heard, many difficulties throughout their studies. Anna really described how these disadvantaged circumstances really influence their access and then also their progress through the studies, but then also their achievement. And it means that they definitely also face challenges related to internationalization. And here I will present some results of the survey among students. So the students provided the examples or the answers that I will be presenting now about barriers to inclusive mobility. So now I will speak about just one part of internationalization that relates to the mobility, but I think it is important to be aware on barriers that students face when they participate in different mobility programs. So here you can see the list of key barriers that the students mentioned when they participated in different mobility programs. And the first barrier, the most difficult and the most frequent one, we know all relates to financial barriers. So significant upfront costs for mobility, particularly mobility abroad. This is really like a barrier for most students. And most students really do have insufficient funding to cover high costs of living in the host city. They also said that they fear of losing income, or if they have a student job during mobility, because if they move outside the city or the university where they live and study and move to another country, it might happen that they will lose the job. So it means that they will be having financial difficulties to finance the study costs. And also, they said that they face difficulties of finding clear information about financial support, and particularly if they have, for instance, in European context, Erasmus grant. I mean, Erasmus grant is great, but it covers really one portion of your costs when you are studying abroad, which means you need additional financial support. And students say that they really do have difficulties to find information about additional financial support. Second, they say that they very often, when they plan or participate in mobility, they say they have a lot of administrative barriers. So what are administrative barriers? They say that they have problems of accessing information about opportunities to study abroad. Sometimes we would think that, okay, today on internet and with international relations offices at our universities, they have all the information they need to be really successful in the mobility programs. But at the same time, they say, this is the fact, that they have the problem to find the proper information. And they also say that it is very often difficult for them to navigate complex application process, maybe Erasmus mobility is not so complex, but maybe some other really opportunities for studying abroad, they say that they really might be very complex. And for them, it is also problematic that they very often they say they cannot receive timely assistance, so that somebody helps them complete the application to go to study abroad. Then they mentioned academic barriers. And I think that we would all agree that the problems related to the credit recognition is maybe the most common one. And this is why the Bologna process that I mentioned really developed so many tools that should help universities, but then also higher education systems to recognize the study period abroad for students. But still, obviously, there are still challenges in credit recognition, in the lack of understanding the different grading systems. And also students say that they are very often concerned about falling behind or negatively impacting the academic performance if they study abroad. So they often also say that the curricula at their home institution or sometimes host institution is very rigid, which means that this is also one of the reasons or the barrier while they have difficulties in inclusive mobility. Then they very often, increasingly so today, mention the problem with accommodation, difficulties in securing accommodation both abroad, but also at home upon return, because they might not have the same chances to live in the dormitory as they had before the mobility. And then they very often mention language and communication barriers. For students, it's very often the problem language requirements of a particular course when they're studying abroad. Also, they mention limited availability of materials in accessible language when they're studying abroad. And also they mention difficulties of integrating into a foreign academic environment because they're foreign students, and depending on the university and the country where they study, it might sometimes really present a barrier. And they also mention social and psychological barriers. So they very often have a fear of isolation, or they fear that if they go to study abroad, they will interrupt their family obligations. They will not have a family support because family will be far from the place where they study. And they also, particularly, they are underrepresented or disadvantaged groups. They fear of experiencing discrimination abroad. So if they have a lower socioeconomic status or do not speak very good the language of the country where they moved, these are all the barriers for them. And we need to be aware of them. And sometimes they would also have safety concerns. I mean, if they move to the country that have a high rate of crime, for instance, I mean, it can be definitely a barrier. So we need to be aware of all these barriers and speak with students about it, because we need to help them to overcome all these social and psychological fears that they might have when they consider to study abroad. And finally, they mention their health and well-being as a barrier, because for them, it might be really difficult to manage if they have chronic health conditions, how they will manage their health condition if they go to study abroad. and it might be really problematic to access necessary medication when they study abroad. So they need really to receive some help of both their home but also host institution, so that they remove somehow the barrier that they might have. And if the students do have mental health challenges, and in European context, this is really one field where students increasingly report having more and more challenges. If there is a limited awareness about psychological support and how it can be accessed at a host institution, that can be also a barrier when they consider to study abroad. So these all are really like barriers for underrepresented and disadvantaged groups, and we need to be aware of them because we need to create solutions at our universities that will help students overcome all these barriers. But when we speak about internationalization, now I spoke and presented barriers related to inclusive mobility. And we know that internationalization, we learned, is larger and includes not necessarily only mobility. There are also some challenges when we speak about internationalization, and I think that we need to discuss about it. So, for instance, difficulty regulating locally the quality of international programs. This really might be a challenge for internationalization at particular universities in particular countries. So if you do not have for instance, good quality assurance system. Some countries do not have a quality assurance agency. Some countries do not have standards and guidelines on how to foster a quality culture. And if they do have foreign university providers in their country, it might be difficult to regulate quality. And then these might be the problem, because the students might study at university that does not really provide good learning outcomes. Then for internationalization, I mean, excessive competition among higher education institutions, it might be really problematic, particularly if the universities that would like to improve internationalization compete to recruit international students only for gaining economic, some economic benefits. It might be problematic because this is not internationalization. I mean, internationalization is really much broader. And sometimes overemphasis on internationalization at the expense of other priorities of importance for staff and students at particular institution, that might be also problematic, because internationalization is just one aspect of the work of the university. So it's always important to find the balance between different policy areas in which university is active. If the university works on international partnerships only for reasons of prestige, then the question is, okay, but what are the real benefits then for students and for the surrounding communities? So we really need to think about it. And very often, particularly in the European context, if you have a disbalance between outgoing, this is the case, for instance, in eastern part of Europe, most mobile students are actually outgoing, and the countries really have a much, much larger amount of outgoing than incoming students. So then they have the problem of brain drain. And also, if the university focuses too much on the recruitment of fee-paying international students, which is, for instance, the case nowadays in Australia, because the universities, the public support for universities is decreasing, which means they really need to earn money through fee-paying students. And if the internationalization is really focused only on fee-paying students, then again, I think we would have a challenge to speak about inclusive internationalization. So we need to be aware of all these barriers to internationalization because only when we are aware and when we define not only our underrepresented and disadvantaged groups, but also when we define what might be the barriers at our institutions for internationalization, only then we will find the proper answers for inclusive internationalization. So here now, actually, I would like to stop here because I think that we were quite clear how important it is to know your underrepresented and vulnerable groups, and particularly those that are vulnerable or disadvantaged when we speak about internationalization. But for the session before the lunch and after the lunch, we will be speaking about different solutions, how we will solve the problem of groups that might have the challenges in inclusion in higher education. But to be really very concrete in our upcoming session now, we would really like to hear from you and basically to learn from you what are your underrepresented and disadvantaged groups in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan. So it would be great if you could share now through the discussion what are the 3 top issues with, I would say, inclusive internationalization, or if you don't want to speak about inclusive internationalization, but only on inclusion, we would like to hear from you what is the main challenge now for your university for inclusion or inclusive internationalization. Maybe you can mention which groups you consider disadvantaged at your particular university. Can you just share so that we know actually which groups are underrepresented here in Uzbekistan?
So, for example, one of the biggest problem in Uzbekistan, it's difference of foreign language knowing level. Yes, for example, in Tashkent, students, the majority of students, they know English, for example, on C1 level. Okay. But in remote areas, they do not speak English due to many problems, different problems. But this is the big problem and those students from rural areas, they automatically become like disadvantaged students from this point of view, for example. And we have a lot of, students from not only from rural areas, but from low-income families. And it's great obstacle for them, not only in getting higher education, and also it's an obstacle to participate in some kind of mobile activity processes, because some processes, they are not free. And in Uzbekistan, if you have money, for example, if your parents have money, they can pay for you. But for students, for potential students from low-income families, it's a big big problem.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And we've seen that this is the challenge. I mean, you said in Uzbekistan, but also in our part of the world, this is the same. Yeah. So the question is how we can overcome this barrier. Any other intervention? We would just like to learn from you. So what are the barriers for internationalization, or what are the underrepresented groups at your institution?
It's not particularly about my institution, as I would like to talk about the problem that we can face and generally in Uzbekistan, and this is a gender imbalance. Many women families restrict them to travel abroad to pursue their study in abroad. And that's why, unfortunately, our most young women cannot participate in mobility programs. And this is one case. Yes, gender imbalance.
Yeah, but in favor of men, as I understand it.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That's really very interesting because what is happening in increasingly in Europe, but that's the case definitely also for instance, in the United States. So for a very long period, particularly when we speak about inclusion and gender, there was a lower percentage of female students in comparison with men. But nowadays, in Europe and increasingly also in the States, in total, as Anna presented, we have more women in higher education than men. And what is becoming really problematic is really that disadvantaged groups in higher education are increasingly male students, because they very often have problems in accessing or successfully completing higher education in our part of the world. So, but this was opposite than the case in the past. So, what is important to mention, so for instance, despite the fact that in European higher education area, we have more women participating in higher education than men. But then, when we see certain study fields like STEM subjects, we see that much more males are studying STEM subjects than females. And then also we see that if we speak about the women in leadership position at universities, we see that much more males are present among the university leadership than women. And also when we speak about the PhD students, so in total, like in tertiary education, we have more female students. However, when we speak about the PhD students, we have much more male students at the PhD level than women. So we see that in total, we do have in Europe, I would say, balance between male and woman. But then if we go deeper, like in the subject fields, and particularly STEM subjects that are, when they graduate, I mean, the students will have good prospects of the job market. So if there is a disbalance in favor of certain group, like males in our case, so it might be problematic. Yes, Anna.
Yes, I just wanted to add a bit of more statistics. So as Nino mentioned, there is a higher percentage of men in the STEM area, for example, and a very low percentage in teaching, so pedagogical universities, so training students to become teachers. So early childhood education and care, primary education, this is dominantly women's area, and there is a significantly lower number of men. However, even though men are underrepresented, they're not vulnerable and not disadvantaged, because they are actually taken care of by their women colleagues, and usually they are elected to be student representatives and have good prospects in continuing their education. So it is a very nuanced situation. We can't say that there is a this balance. So overall, there are more women participating than men. But if you look specifically into certain areas, you will see that there are very big differences. And it is not. This is something that is very. That is not only a European trend, but also, as Nino mentioned, that's.
Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Sanjar Kurbanov. I'm from Bukhara State Pedagogical Institute. So actually, while following your presentation, I just noticed that you had the survey. You just got the survey, and you have the real data, what you need there, and you know about the students' needs. And now we are just predicting from the university viewpoint that what kind of case can be issues, can be the ban for the inclusive internationalization. So here we need probably we need some short time to start the survey again from among our students as well, and find out what they need, because now we know that from in Bukhara State Pedagogical Institute, for example, yesterday we celebrated the day of just disability students over the world. It's by the UNESCO, like said that 3rd of December. And we just arranged a lot of competitions in Taekwondo, for example, in different sports, chess, drum. And we're doing, from our viewpoint, from the university perspective, we think that we're doing a lot, but we don't know whether it's enough or not. So we must have this kind of surveys and ask students themselves, what is their need? So we can predict a lot of things, and we can just plan out our strategy according to that one. But still, we need the exact target groups to find out about their kind of challenge, for example, in the education. And we have some students, we don't have the special groups with the disability students, but they are joined with the normal students. They study together, and also from your previous presentation, I can say before inclusive, also there was diverse about the learning skills, for example, kinesthetic, tactile, auditory. This is again like a diversity in the learning groups. But now we included that disability students. It again brings some challenge to teachers to figure out what kind of activities to bring in order to involve those students, in order to make them join the community, for example. So the main thing I want to say, those 3 issues about the disabilities, we must have the survey as you did in European kind of university in our institution as well. So then we can see the real picture of that one from students' viewpoint or perspective, what kind of challenge or bans they have in the institutions in just fulfilling their education, higher education, I mean. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we have any other? Yes. I would just like to say that also what we hear, for instance, we were in June in Kazakhstan, and we've heard that really a lot of institutions there work with students with disabilities. But what they said that they have the impression very often that when we speak about inclusion, that it is only about students with disabilities, and they state that it is important to really broaden the scope of groups that are underrepresented, because we've heard that there are many other groups, like Colin mentioned, students with socioeconomic status, students that live in the remote areas, migrant students, refugee students. So these all categories might be important for certain institutions. Yes.
My name is Ozod Kurbanov, and I'm representing International School of Finance, Technology, and Science, and I run the international office of my university. And I also coordinate international student mobility programs. I think one of the key challenges, like our colleagues here has aforementioned, is about learning the needs of students. But at the same time, I think the rooting challenge is about what kind of actions can be taken after we learn about this survey outcomes. I think the main challenge here is the power that is given to student unions. I don't think that in Uzbekistan, student unions have enough power to exercise the rights that they're supposed to have. Because in most European countries, students have good rights to fight for their rights and opportunities that they should be given by the university and also the government. This is one key challenge. Another key challenge is about the policies that should be somehow fixed into the curriculum about internationalization. I sent 4 students to international mobility this year, and I'm not sure what's going to happen when they come back because our academic department is not as much flexible as they're supposed to be to recognize the credits that they will have finished abroad. And this is not the case with only my university. I've heard many cases in Uzbekistan where public university students, after coming back from mobility programs, had to take 1 more or 2 more semesters to finish their studies while their peers graduate a year early. They need to again delay their studies forcefully, although they went through Erasmus programs or any other mobility programs within the university's regulations. In the last challenge about inclusion of people with disabilities, I studied with a guy with a visual impairment, and he studied with us. At the same time, he didn't really have proper access to education back then in 2015 up to 2019. We didn't have any resources in Braille or we didn't even have access to smartphones. I think this is the same case at most universities even now. Even though the technologies are growing, we don't really have enough access to quality education for people with disabilities.
Thank you very much for your observation. We will be speaking about policy and practical responses, and Anna will definitely speak how and what should be the role of student organizations in improving internationalization at the universities. But I'm just curious whether you here in Uzbekistan at your universities, do you have I've learned that you do have international relations offices, but do you have also inclusion offices or inclusion officers? Is it common? It's not. Okay.
Even the well-being expert, most developed universities I've observed here, a few of the private universities, they have well-being officers now for closely working with these students because students with vulnerability, even though we don't we hear somehow generalized students with vulnerability, but one of the key challenges is the mental vulnerability. According to the Kun.uz statistics, the suicidal cases of the university students is increasing from year to year. I think the mental issues should be solved through well-being officers at universities who could somehow consult with the students and explain the issue or matter. My colleague was sharing a student's case the other day where a student was really depressed and she was really exhausted of her family's issues and also issues in her personal life, and she couldn't approach the university psychologist because of some of the misunderstandings that she could have with that person. I think having a good well-being officer would be a very important thing to avoid all those kinds of societal issues.
Thank you very much for mentioning that, because when we speak about the equity and inclusion, particularly in the European higher education area, and particularly after a COVID period, mental health topic is really very prominent. And I definitely agree that it always helps when at an institution you have, as you call it, well-being officer or some similar position that can help students. But even more prominent topic, particularly in the western parts of Europe, is mental health. Like mental health, meaning that the prevention of mental problems is the key, because once we have really the problem with the student that is that has some kind of mental problems, okay, then we need to treat it, but it's relatively late. I think it is important to have like the whole prevention system that will help students not face really mental health problems. So I think it is really important to speak about it, and in European higher education area, it became prominent only after COVID, because we know why, but also because at that point we realized that, okay, our students really do have the problems even longer than the COVID. And now Euro Student Survey has included like one chapter on mental health of students. So we do have data now more and more also on this topic. So I think it's an important topic to discuss when we speak about inclusion. Any other sharing of? Yes.
One question. Yes, one question.
Yeah, please.
What measures can be taken to ensure equal access to digital learning platforms in the process of inclusive internalization?
Okay, Anna. Okay, do we have more questions online?
Only one question.
Okay, good. So Anna would like to answer.
Okay, it is really difficult to say which measures, because it is context specific. It depends on the digital maturity of the university. But if there are, if there is digital infrastructure that supports the teaching and learning process in place in the university, the first step would be to implement universal design. This means that all teaching and learning materials are designed so as to be accessible to everyone, trying to, if we have time at the end of the day tomorrow, I will share something about universal design, but the basic principle is to design teaching and learning materials while designing, to try to prevent potential barriers. So there are some guidelines on how to design text. If there are audio recordings of certain texts available for students who have problems with their vision, or if they have dyslexia, there are certain font types that can be used, and basically offer several versions of the teaching and learning materials. This would be the first measure. The second measure would be to provide training for the teaching staff, so that they know how they need to prepare their lessons and how they need to, what they need to do for their students, so that they make their teaching accessible. I hope this answers the question, but I know it is only a portion, but this is usually a larger strategy and a whole set of measures. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other intervention who would like to share about information about your students with fewer opportunities, or maybe some barriers that you have noticed at your institution for inclusive internationalization? because I think that we've learned now from this discussion also what are your challenges. So thank you very much for being open and for sharing this information, because now, I mean, we will have a lunch break, and after lunch, we will speak about policy responses. Now, we have learned the concepts, we have learned the challenges, and now we will speak about the policy responses, how we can solve the problems that you have at your universities or within your higher education system. So we will have a 1 hour lunch break. So please return here at 2:30. And we've learned that we need to be sharp in time. So it is important because we are a bit delayed with the topic that we are covering. So we will be starting at 2:30, but Nosnia, maybe if you can give us instructions whether we return here or we have some other venue.
Yeah, okay, so right now they will be collecting one photo, okay? Then after the lunch, we will not come back here because right now I haven't seen so many exactly our colleagues. Many have left, it seems, unfortunately. So we will come back to our international office. It's much smaller and there will be roundtable discussion. We can see each other. There will be much more interaction, okay? Let's do one photo.
Qayerda yer o'zi shunaqa ekan, toqqisan naryoqdan yoqaman ko'rini ovozi o'g'aydi. Buni pulni sarflasaga o'zi bu mashq bilan tugab bo'lsa kerak. Chunki endi 62-da. Faqat klikkerda bo'ladi. Mana Ber
We talked about some statistics. We discussed some challenges that were based on student surveys and Euro student survey. We discussed something from your experience, some issues or challenges that you're facing in your everyday practice. So now we are going to talk about how to define policy responses to issues that actually require some kind of a response. Sorry, is this not working? It is. Okay.